You've been following down every hall. I got a feeling running down my spine, and maybe I should really run and hide. You've got me kinda messed up, but I can't deny it. Can't bear to fight it, can't deny it. You've got me on the run, the way I like it. Don't knock it, give a chance to try it. They say I'm insane, that he'll lead out my brain, and that I will never find any escape. But he's so let's see this dream through while I'm wide awake.
Hello everyone. Not sure if you can hear me.
Something that has got me thinking it's do or die.
Is the music too loud?
Did I say that? Something that has got me wishing I won't survive.
Hello, hello.
You see, I'm not like other girls. I got a special taste for underworld. You could replace the pearls around my neck, but who is who?
Hey, good name. Hey, kitten. Hey, sacred. Hey, folk.
Got me struggling to breathe,
It's good to hear.
and I can't deny it. Can't bear to fight it, can't deny it. You've got me questioning things the way I like it. Don't knock it, give a chance to try it. They say I'm insane, that he'll lead out my brain, and that I will never find any escape. But he's got a certain charm, and I'm not faint of heart. So let's see this dream through while I'm wide awake. Ooh, just hear me out. Something that has got me thinking it's do or die. Ooh, did I say that aloud? Something that has got me wishing I won't survive. Ooh, just hear me out. But I can't deny it, can't bear to fight it, can't deny it. Ooh, you gotta hear me out. The way I like it, don't knock it, give a chance to try it. It's not always what it seems, 'cause I see what lies beneath. Is it all make believe? 'Cause we could make it be anything.
Hello, Arcane. So usually... So usually when you separate things like this, it's a different skinned mesh. But for some reason there's not... Am I exporting it to the wrong place? So I have to separate them. Why is it not separating them?
Keeping you in check, keeping you obsessed. Play me on repeat, good I'm treating your head. Anytime it hurts,
Well, usually if you separate meshes into groups, they're called skin meshes. And as you can see here, as your armature has the body, which has this, but it doesn't have a skinned mesh. Okay, it has it like that. Okay.
listen cause I'm preaching to the choir. Can I get the mic a little higher? Give me your desire. I can be the star you rely on. Never go to chair, you can't look away. Don't you know I'm here to save you? Now we running wild. Yeah, I'm all you need, I'ma be your idol. Reaching on the fame, can't watch you, I'm your idol. Thank you for the pain, cause it got me going viral. Yeah, now you're in the fever, making you a believer. Now that we had no choice, you had an idol. Living in your mind now. Too late, cause you're mine now. I will make you free when you're all a part of me. Preach it to the choir. Can I get the mic a little higher? Give me your desire.
See, now it's working now because I've re-imported it, and I don't really want to... I just want to see if it's possible for me to just do this.
Now we running wild. You're down on your knees, I'ma be your idol.
If I...
She said, you think the devil has horns? Well, so did I. But I was wrong, his hair is combed and he wears a suit and tie. He's nice, polite, he'll catch you by surprise. A smile so bright, you never bat an eye. Said she was in a hurry. That's when she met him Sunday walking down the street. She dropped a bag and it fell to his feet. He got down on one knee. He handed her the purse and gave a warning to her, saying this: you know the devil has horns. He's out tonight, walking round downtown, carrying a gun and knife. He'll fight, you'll die, but you'll see him clear as light. An evil sight, you should know the warning signs.
Wait.
So then he walked her to a home. He said, a pretty girl like you can't be alone.
That's why.
The devil, he will take all that you own and he'll strip you to the bone. She thanked him twice, he said goodnight. She checked her bag, but nothing was inside. You think the devil has horns? Well, so did I. But I was wrong, his hair is combed and he wears a suit and tie. He's nice, polite.
I'm being a fucking idiot.
So bright, he's a devil in disguise.
I'm exporting it as 2.0.10, not 2.0.7. So it's not overriding it, it's just uploading a new version. There you go. So it's a bit weird why I had to redo the settings here. I thought the settings would just be default. Like, I had to redo this. I shouldn't normally have to.
See the world shining bright through the tears in your eyes. Such a fine work of art. My savior, oh what a beautiful soul. I don't believe you, you're a liar. Your darkness and mine, a storm I can't disobey. Come and take me away. Ruler of my heart, ruler of my heart, ruler of my heart. Eternally beautiful, ruler of my heart, ruler of my heart, ruler of my heart. The endless walls you're building, they fall to the ground. In a single moment crashing down, I could go blind and deaf till I have nothing left, collapsing my world. My savior, there is no beauty like yours. Make me your gift, I will give you everything. Your darkness and mine, a storm I can't disobey. Let me take you away. Ruler of my heart, ruler of my heart,
Huh?
ruler of my heart. Eternally
What was corrupted? It's weird how these look white. This looks like an off in the thumb. Like, that's weird. So in this thumbnail, this looks like an off blue to me, like an off whitey blue, and this is like white. But when I open in this, it's a yellow. Yeah, that's weird. It actually changed. Yeah, what the fuck? Like, look, if it looks like words. It looks like it has a yellow hue, right? But if I go for this quickly, it's yellow for a bit, then changes white. Why? What? Like, look, why is it doing that? Well, no, I'm assuming it's white by default. I mean, like, it's literally just, it's literally just white. Look, it's as white can be. It doesn't look bad. I'm just kind of confused as to why it's doing that, because I've never, it's like, huh? Did I close down that window? I did, didn't I? Uh-oh. No, stop. What? No. No, stop. Yeah, it seems like my computer might be still corrupted in a way, because my recycle bin's got problems. Fuck! I didn't want to... I deleted it when I wasn't meant to. But technically, this speaking, this should be kind of fucked. Or something else. 1 second. Wait, so no, you're fine. What? Oh no, it's there. There you go. Don't know what it was using before then. Kind of annoying. Oh. Is it the wrong way? Can I just grab this? Technically, that's the wrong way round. That is not the right one. It's the wrong one. It's that one. Okay, I guess it just needs to be black. Yeah, so one way round. It's this one, right?
I have no idea what love is even like. Is it something you give or is it something you find? All the lies I tell, I hope that they come true.
Ooh, okay, so just, you know, do that.
So give me your applause, 'cause I will have it all. No, it's not enough. I'm such a pretty idol. I wish to tell you from my lips that you have my love. I promise you this, and so I'm lying you but no, I'm pretty and there's a way they hold on, but I hope that they will come true someday. I'm sorry it's not fun, but I couldn't say the things I meant to you, but it's now
Ah,
on the count of two. It's no longer a lie. Let me say that it's true. I love you.
okay, that won't let me rotate you. It doesn't good. It doesn't do it collectively as a group. Hello. There you.
Once in a faraway world was a caller that cool like a snake. I want someone, please. I need someone, please. So I listened close as it howled in May. Please don't be angry and please don't abandon me. Don't leave me here on my own.
Hey, what the fuck? Like,
So tightly, daily and nightly, only with praise would it loosen its hold. I placed in the top of my class. There's no one left for me to surpass. Don't I look cute in this dress? I really, really must confess, it's tightening round my neck. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love, all you can conjure up. Give me your love, all of your love, till you come out with ecstasy. All of the hurt, all of the ache.
maybe I shouldn't have saved that then. Ah, shit. Never mind.
Is there no end to this?
There we go. Armature. Is it still bass? No, wrist should be at the top. Wrist is at the bottom. Oh, no, yeah, it makes sense. Oh, okay. Just
As you may, but the necklace will stay just as small as the day it was born. It's so suffocating, the endless placating. No one is ever enough. To anyone, always ranked number one. Aren't I a beautiful child?
maybe it does. It's not a Unity thing though. I think it might be because all the stuff that's previously it's uploaded with my old computer. That image is a new one. It's uploaded with the new computer. So I might just be like, why is it, changing colors? Yeah, the Iku's passive. If I'm honest, I'm having a. Go away. I'm having like a realization with certain things, but also I'm a bit like I'm all over the place. So I'm just gonna pause it really quickly because the music's kind of distracting. So the problem I'm facing at the moment is that I've made a very complex system, right? Unnecessarily complex. However, but the reason why I was doing this is because I want something to engage with while I'm playing the character, right? So it's like it's a personal reason. But because this has gone on, this model's gone on for so long, and I feel like I'm really far behind. I'm kind of reaching a point where I'm just a bit like, I just want to make it less complicated and just have toggles to do it. And it, this decision is not the case of I'm deciding this because I think it's better for me. Sure, it's better for me, but I'm making this decision is mainly because I just don't want to fall behind, not because I can't do it or it's not what I want. And so I'm just kind of like at this impasse where I just made things very complicated and like, I could just make it very simple. Um, as for the spell circle stuff, essentially, no one else is running by the same mechanic. I'm basically, again, I'm making things much more complicated than they actually need to be because I'm, I'm not smart. I'm not an intelligent person. I like to make things very complicated. So Iku, she can conjure a, and this is me trying to explain the mechanics of how I do the magic system for Iku specifically. I don't even think this is canon, but in my mind, it's canon for me, right? Um, Admins have said I can kind of do like I can fashion magic in whatever way I want. The style of Iku casting magic, such as spell circles, loads of people do it. I think even like doing like spell circles from scratch, that is also like how other people do it. So it's like a system that's not unique to Iku. Everyone else can do it, but you know, there's no like visual representation of that because people do use spell circles, but it's not like a complex system of conjuring spell circles, making them form, and writing code on the fly. That's kind of something which Iku's doing because I'm being a little bit quirky. So Iku's passive was meant to give her access to two additional greater spell circles. And what I mean by that is that when Iku's casting magic at the moment without her tentacles, she's using the base greater spell circle she can conjure. Each circle has two lesser spell circles, but if you mix two lessers, it becomes a greater. So she has access to three greater circles, which is how she has tier 3 spell conjuration, so to speak, right? Again, this is not canonical. This is just how I'm rationalizing and explaining it and trying to do something with it in my mind. Um, so, yeah, there's that. um, and that basically the passive is that she gets access to two extra greater spell circles or four lesser spell circles. And that's the reason why that's her passive. To be honest, I could probably do a better passive and I could probably just make this simpler, but I'm I'm quirky. I think I did see it. Let me go look at it quickly. I'll put the music back on now that I've explained. Oh yeah, no, I've seen it. So for me, I don't really want to type this up because I mean, if I type this up, I might get like the nude version of her. But Major Kusanagi does actually have like a bodysuit for her optical camouflage, and I'm probably going to use something like that. So I guess it is kind of Catwoman, but I don't want to put like the ears on her, right? You stack burgers until you have an Omega burger. That's an interesting way of doing it. Yeah, so I literally want to do for Evangeline, Major Kusanagi from Ghost in the Shell, where she has the optical camouflage. I was gonna make her a sniper, but she's also gonna go into the a high threat dispatch. This was originally what Raven slash Queen was meant to be, but I never got into doing it because Raven became Queen rather than go Banshee. And the idea was she'd have a gun that is like a P90, but it's modular. She should have a briefcase which she can carry around with her, and she can change out the barrel, or put in an extension of the barrel, change out the magazines, change out the ammo type and stuff like that, right? So you can customize it, and this will take a bit of time for me to put together, but it'll allow it to be a versatile weapon. So I like the idea of when in the original 1990s movie, how she has a briefcase and she changes out the barrel, she uses some like grenades, and she puts like I think like there's like a scene where this guy with an Uzi has armor piercing rounds and he completely destroyed the barrel of his gun, but he was able to pierce the armor of the armored vehicle and do some significant damage to it. And I, want to have that kind of like versatility, but it's like not instant versatility. I actually have to put things together and that kind of stuff. Okay, so this should be. Is this Riss? Yes, Riss. Stop. Why did you keep coming up with the... Oh, that's why. What do you mean missing paths? I literally just... Okay, yeah, it's back now. I fucking... this computer has problems. And it's back to being upside down again. Wait. There you go. Why am I okay. Conjure, this, look, Vome. Vome is specifically the moon. Rowing fast is light, chaos, order. No, wait. Oh no, light, void, order, chaos. Nitra is decay. Kla is form. Yahoo is truth. No, Zata is truth. Yahoo is. Oh no. What is Yahoo? Oh, time. Okay. There you go. I'm doing it properly this time. Something unholy. You be popping it. Put it down slowly. Alright. Red Room videos? Let me look at it real quickly. Which one? Which both videos, I'm assuming?
Who's ever standing, gotta move. Guys? Again?
You'll break them. Only the breakable ones. You're made of marble. We'll celebrate after the graduation ceremony. What if I fail?
I'm back. Have I seen what you can in the water? You mean about her like flying through the water like a bird? So that's what you mean? The bounding box for this is really big.
If you're scared of my bark, then you'll be scared of my bite. But maybe that's the thing that I like. Scared of my bark, then you'll be scared of my bite. But maybe that's the thing that I don't run in a pack, I like it solo. My blood is singing, glitter and gold. And if I want it, I take it. I bare my teeth and claim it. And you don't have to like it, but it's still me who's in control. 'Cause baby, I bite back when the sky turns black and the stars light up your soul. 'Cause baby, I bite back when the sky turns black and the stars light up your soul. If you're scared of my bark, then you'll be scared of my bite. But maybe that's
Oh, that's why. How can you not love? How can you not love the face? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. She may become a bit of a menace later on.
Voices rise in my head. The hands that pull at my sleeve.
You want to see the smile? I don't, I don't even want to see the smile. Yeah, we'll have to see about that, won't we? You want to see her smile? I don't think I actually have this. I think the smile's on animation specifically. She had a black face? Yeah, there you go. There's the fucking I'm unhinged smile. They're like, I'm gonna sacrifice you to Nidhogg to bring back my family. And then obviously you have this, which is the if you don't have any context about it, you don't see her trying to do a smile. It's almost like she's going, ooh, like she's breathing for teeth and going, ooh, yikes. Thing is, I feel like I've been missing out so much by not having Iku's spar, but the problem is I just. One second. Problem is, Iku hasn't sparred because the combat model's not ready, essentially, and I really want to get it done, but it's taking. It's just taking so long. Yeah. Well, I don't know if this will ever be done. I feel like this is going to be perpetually just be constantly just added because if I do this, sure she has a melee combat and I need to tweak it. I need to refine it because I tested it in VR. It just does not feel great, right? It just doesn't feel great in VR. There's also the magic system. I'm making that a bit more. It's a bit more complicated, but at least it has a bit of structure, right? So you've probably seen me fucking around with it a bit. Right, so you have this one, right? And this one is going to be like positioned here. Actually, let's. Yeah, she will have a lot of defense. It's kind of sneaky, if you think about it. It's a bit sneaky with me, because I don't need a mage armor, because I literally just fucking conjure the shit, right? Yeah, maybe it's not sneaky, it's just... It's... like, everyone's gone, like, the offensive, like... The tanks have gone offensive. I think there's only two tanks which have shields, like physical shields. I think that's Shaka and Thanatos. I keep wanting to call him fucking Walter because it's Walter with black hair, but it's Ares. Wait, I don't even know if I'm not even sure Thanatos even has a shield anymore. Shit, maybe it's a Shaka who has a shield. But yeah, Eco has a shield. Oh, he still has it? Huh. In which case, yeah. So Thanatos has a shield, so there's 2 people with shields and there's Eco with 4, right? And she's a caster. I know a lot of people thought that Eco... Well, I know Shenantical came into the channel. She was like, oh, is Eco leaving the Coven? So she thought that Eco's going to be a tank. It's like, no. True, he did say that. Why do you need a melee weapon or a weapon when you literally magic is your weapon? That's how Eco is. Like I said before, she's put all of her points into I'm a caster. There are other people which are like mixing like guns with casters or melee weapons with casters, which is fine. There's no problem with that. But I want to go like pure. Everything I do offensively is just raw magic. I think this needs to be a little bit bigger. Okay, so an idea I had was for each of these circles, because how these circles are. Right, so how these circles are. So you have this. You have this. Let's do it here because it's easier. So you have this. Look. And the idea I had was I was going to try to take the letters of this. For example, right, so where's my graphics tablet? Graphics tablet, come here. So I might need your help with this regarding this kitten, because I'm not too sure if it's something you can do. I can try it. I can see if I can try to do it. Again, there's no importance on if you can do this or not. But I know you're kind of like well, not kind of. You're artistic. So what I wanted to do was, I wanted to. Oh wait, fuck. I don't have my Wacom drivers. Which version is this one? This is a really old one. Intuos 4. Oh my god, it's really old. I need to reboot the computer. Okay, I won't be installing this then. Okay, so we'll just use my mouse. There you go. We'll just use my mouse. So the idea I had was, so for example, this, right? This, spelled like this. What I was going to try and do was I was going to try and overlap the like the letters on top of each other, or maybe not on top of each other, but it would be like in the local vicinity of each other to kind of make it look like a runic symbol, right? So probably might be easier to do it like this. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really think of anything. Some of them will be like really difficult to do because there's Natla. So that's going to be... I don't even know how you would even do Natla. You can also make it look a bit unusual as well. It doesn't even need to look like an actual symbol. It just needs to look abstract in a way. God, I don't even know. Yeah, how would you even do Natra without it just looking really, really weird? It also just needs to be stylistic as well, because it doesn't even need to be straight lines. It can be curves. It can be, you know, as long as it has the letters can incorporated it, you can make it look like a symbol. I'll happily pay money for you to do this. You don't need to do like the finalized design either. It just needs to be like a loose, like how it could potentially look. So I'm probably gonna add like, you know, brush strokes so it's like thinner and thicker based on certain parts. It's just guessing a general shape, I guess. I guess I'll write them out. This, Litla, Bass, Zata, Loke, Kra. Might also be easier to do it without using capital versions of said word. If you're wondering where these words come from, oh, all is the center one, but I'm just gonna have all as in like it's, well, all means possibility, so it's all of them. So having it like an open-ended circle kind of matches all. Other people have company symbols using the letters from the whole name. Yeah. I know they often tend to use all the letters in their names to make a symbol, which is like, well, obviously Google. I'm not sure what you called it, but you use like letters to make a symbol. Also, I had to look it up because I forgot all the tanks. If I'm right, for your Thanatos, Bailey, Shaka, Star, and Hickory. Yes, we did used to have Talia as a tank, which she switched to fighter, I believe. If you want to know where it came from, it's the symbols came from. Okay, this is hush hush, right? But it comes from Warframe. Yes, very original. So yeah, Lok means void, Zata means truth, Yahoo means form, Vo means order, Ris means light, Fast is chaos, Nitra is decay, Kora is time, and Ul is possibility. Oh, it's emoticon. Really? Huh. Interesting. This is gonna probably be maybe be a bit loud, so I'm gonna turn Discord the game audio down a little bit so you're not bursting your eardrums. I'm probably gonna be using them as a language. Because again, are you using these as a language in Eden or just using them as for symbols? As a language as well. I was gonna actually just gonna use these audio files and incorporate it into the audio of like the spell circles being summoning, so it would be, you know, that'll be overlapped on top of each other. I'm not sure how loud that was for you guys. I've turned you down to 25% on the game, on the like audio you can hear, so that might have been really loud. Was it loud? Not very loud? Okay. I'll turn it up a little bit. Could you hear it though? Not really? Okay. We'll keep it at this point. Okay, that's good. Okay. So yeah, I was gonna use these words overlapped on the spell circle summoning. So it kind of has like an audio cue. I'm gonna probably distort it a lot more because I don't want people recognizing these words as spoken words. It's more kind of like an eerie kind of background where each spell circle has a different sound to it. And I was gonna really, again, really distort and dull, like make the words pronounced very dull. Yeah. Obviously, there's different symbols for it, but the thing is, I want the I want the symbols to be text rather than actual abstract symbols. I'm not sure if I should use. Not sure if I should use that one or this one. Because that's 4 seconds and that's 2 seconds. Probably. I don't really do much sound engineering, so I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I might get FL Studio, might buy it as a as an investment for future projects. The short one would be better. I kind of thought the same as well. The long one's good, but it's a bit too long. Also, Zachary, welcome to the stream. You're a first time chatter. Welcome, welcome. I could probably have that for like I could have the long drawn out ones for possibly for meditation when she's in a social. That could work. That actually would work pretty well. I don't want to use too many though because audio files do take up a lot of download size, and I don't want to make my model's download size huge. So I'm trying to make sure it's optimized and doesn't cause people to like lag. Well, the audio file shouldn't make it lag. It just has a big upload, um, upload, upload size. I need to find out. I need to remember where my percentage was before music again. Let me know if it's maybe. Let me know if it's too quiet. So I have reduced it. Well, I've changed it. I didn't remember what it was previously. Where's the music? The best number is better for your use. What do you mean by that? 4? Oh, you mean on the Streamlabs? Is that what you mean? Funny enough, that was actually at 4. When I was showing you the Void Tongue, I switched it to 7 though. Yeah, I might switch to 0.7 just so it's not too loud. I do have the songs or the audio from the YouTube to be turned down quite low. Um, so again, none of it's confirmed. I guess I'm just trying to think of ways to basically make Iku more unique. Well, I want to say, okay, I want to say that. So the reason why I did this is not because I want to make Iku more unique. I was just thinking, I like symbolism, I like symbology in things. And the spell circles that she would summon would basically be like live coding spells. But a lot of people are having their own like little language and dialogue being made, and I wanted something that was, because don't get me wrong, right? If you look at these, if you look at all of these, these look great, right? Oh, 1 second, why is it not moving? Uh-oh. So, yeah, you can see these. These ones look great, but it's all a lot of symbols. There's not really much dialogue. And I want there to be, like, actual language. I did try making my own a few times. Why are you struggling? Why you no rotate? Okay, there you go. Needs to have the main camera on. So as you can see, these are spinning. Probably going to remove the spin. As much as the spin is cool, it's kind of hard to make it consistently do the same animation. We'll see. I'll dabble with it. I haven't reached the point where I'm doing this stuff yet. But as you can see, there's not really much text. There are certain uses of writing here and there, which I made up. These are the symbols which I just took inspiration from other runes, and just kind of just did squiggly lines and stuff like that. So it makes it look archaic, and it looks surprisingly nice. But there's not really a logic to it. There's no like, if you were to translate these words one for one, there is no translation. It's just random words. And so I wanted to make symbols. Maybe I don't even need to use symbols. I suppose a symbol would be nice. I could just use. Oh, we'll see. It's a point of trial and error. And I can always add it later on. Like she learns this language, and it kind of she interweaves like vocal incantations into her spellcrafting. That is the wrong one. It needs to be one. So I won't say it's a racial thing. It would be cool if it was a racial thing that she ends up like this is like. It would be cool if this was like her species' ancient form of magic, which is the reason why she's able to cast this magic is because her species is very very magically attuned. The problem with this is I'm not too sure what is allowed for this. Because to be magically attuned or very magically knowledgeable, you need to be able to weave the arcane, and the arcane's not being. I say arcane because arcane's an actual element now in the canon, rather than being like a general term for magic. For magic being cast, you kind of need to have magic, but there's no magic in the environment. It's all elemental stuff. Is the magic, the mana you have to cast magic is found in the cores that you find from Magi Beasts and now are artificially made. So it's difficult for her species to want to be magically advanced if it doesn't exist. I think I'm talking around in circles. I'm not not making any sense. But Falk, what you said about the language, how if her species were like, collectively able to remember things, that would be pretty cool. Um, but as it stands, let's cross things develop more, and I have an open dialogue with admins. It's probably not going to happen. It's kind of been a bit difficult for me to know where I stand when it comes to Eden Lost. I do not know how to incorporate myself into the story more and also get behind certain things. It's a different DMing style that I'm used to. So I'm just struggling it a bit. Normally I would, wait for the admins to kind of make decisions for me, but it's kind of like decisions I need to make myself, and I'm not sure what decisions can be made, and I feel like I'm being a bother to people. I've approached the admins quite a few times, asking questions, probably the same questions, and I don't want it to be like, oh, they're asking the same question, but through a different wording, and they're expecting the answer to be different, right? I don't want to feel like that, so I'm avoiding asking the admins too many questions. Well, it could be, but at the same time, if it is, why is no one else doing it, right? Um, it sounds like to me that the stuff that Mira's doing with deciphering the ancient language, that's like the canonical language for rune crafting, magic crafting, and the ancient tongue. That is canon, right? So if I were to do this, like, the void tongue stuff, right? Well, what's the origins of this language? Where does it come from? I cannot write in the lore, and I don't want to write for lore in case the admins go, well, technically this shouldn't even be a thing, so you're just, causing conflicts, right? It's really difficult when there's no universally accepted language used to incantations. It's kind of like we don't have Norse runes, we're not using Chinese zodiac runes, or we're not using Japanese language runes. We're not using ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, right? The magic's not the magic isn't based on one thing, it's based on a multitude of different things, and they're all canon. So it's difficult to say what is ancient, what is modern, because there's no clear definition of it. And that's probably maybe that's the intended purpose, so for it to be open-ended. Because in more depth too shows something to look into. Maybe parts of our own language long forgotten that creates questions in character. Pocket Noble, as much as I would like that, Iku doesn't even know where she came from. She has no idea about her species. She has no idea if she thinks that she's like an alien, that she's the only one of her kind. She hasn't seen anyone else look even remotely like her. For example, with other species, sure they look a bit unusual, but they kind of look similar. For example, Arlo and Axel. They are both dogs, right? But one's more lichen than the other. And Iku kind of assumes, oh, you have pointy ear, sharp looking fur, and a big bushy tail. You're all dogs. Or the same with like Mira, how cats, they have sleek tails, fuzzy ears, white hair, because most of the cats she's seen has had white fur or white hair, except for the one which has blue, right? She just kind of goes, I suppose it's not, I suppose it's racist, but it's not racism for her, because it's like if you look the same, behave the same, have similar characteristics and traits, you're the same species to her. I imagine she's gonna probably like with the merfolk at Argus. She might even say that Shaka looks like the merfolk because they might have similar traits, right? But no one has similar traits to Iku. So she thinks like she's like again an alien. And that's the whole premise of the character. It's very much isolation and loneliness from being away from her species. Um, so yeah, having any kind of connections to her original culture, her lineage, is all unknown to her. So this magic, even as cool as it would be, being like a long forgotten language, it can't be because it then ruins the story into trying to tell for Iku. Scientists could have been teaching her some words they picked up from where her pod was found. Um, yesn't they could, but for me, I kind of because okay, so when I made Raven, I made Raven as a blank. Raven is queen, by the way. Raven is a blank slate that kind of just adapts to the storyline. So when I made her, she had no predetermined story or lore. For example, when Figment was first asking Raven about her history, I was like, "Oh shit! I don't have anything written out for her history," which is where she came up with, which is where I came up literally on the spot that she is a geneticist. That was literally that she was never a geneticist before that point, and she became a geneticist because Figment asked about her history and lore, and that's where she came from. So with Iku, when I made Archive, it was meant to be like this kind of like mystery, like, ooh, this is a city made for curating of. The lore now is specifically aquatic species, but the original lore for Archive was it's an archival city for any species, whether it be aquatic, whether it be like sky or magma, like maybe something lives in the fucking bottom of a volcano. These species are put into stasis, bred, and basically allowing for like when eating gets restored, it allows the repopulation of these species which would have gone extinct because the habitat is gone. But now they come up and said that it's specifically just for aquatic species. Um, which shrug. I don't really mind. They can do with it, but yeah, Archive was meant to be a mysterious city that was basically meant to be an archival city, and it would be destroyed. I put it up basically in my mind. I never really wrote it out because I think Foot told me that it might be a bit too long to maybe condense it down, or someone told me to condense it down because it was too much lore. I wrote many pages on lore that was in the character sheet, and it might be too much for people to digest. But originally, um, when it was destroyed, nothing remained. There were no other species. The survivors that were there were probably not survivors which were aquatic. They were all probably different species, and it explains how there's like a very few things. I wanted to make it open ended because I don't want to be like monopolizing that everything came from me writing Archive. If you didn't come from Archive, if you came from Archive, you had this like traumatic kind of like situation. So the backstory is specifically made for Iku, and that's that. I didn't expect it to be developed more. I didn't expect it to be delved into. I was kind of expecting it to be mentioned, and it has been with the auction regarding the caviar and the uni. So it has been mentioned, but in character, I don't like. Iko doesn't know anything about that. As a character, we do. Um, but yeah. So I don't think there'll be any remnants of her language, of her culture, any of her people there. But things can change. Admins might want to do something else with it, and it's kind of entirely in their hands. And because it's entirely in their hands, I don't really know if I can give inputs to have things change or go a specific way because it might interfere with what they want. Ukulele, why are you pondering your pondering your core and speaking in tongues? Clash of ukulele words in mind. Give ukulele a feeling of home. Would be interesting. I think having the symbols on her core might be sort of cool. Well, we do have we are meant to actually have runic symbols on our cores because the cores are so small and the detail you won't see the details as it is, so no one has really written them on there. I know some people have because some people have the ADHD for that. I would if I had the time and if I just wanted to do it, I would probably put like a normal map to have the runes inscribed into it, but I have bigger things to kind of deal with at the moment. um would be funny if Iku went, is it not normal to hear whispers that you only kind of understand when using magic? Yeah, that would be interesting. Again, there's a lot of stuff which is cool, but I don't know if I can do. Record arcane cores because they have no element. Yeah, so for me personally, if arcane was a choice for me to use, if EQ didn't need water, I personally would have liked to have gone arcane, right? Because it's intangible. It's easier to make arcane magic than like water magic, because water magic is just like it's really hard to find ways to do it in Unity with the limited functions we have for VR chat. I mean, if a civilization was pre-calamity, so it could make sense that there are embers of what she could have been capable of. Well, yeah, no, yeah. Obviously, her civilization is pre-calamity, but because it's pre-calamity, I just wanted it all kind of, washed out so that way admins didn't have loose ends to have to tie up, if that makes sense. She, like, her history is her body. Her body is the history of her species. I do want to have it like when she gets older, things about her change. There's stuff you did regarding, the redesign where she has spikes and everything else. She looks very smooth, but I imagine later on when her species gets older, she becomes a bit more spiky and a bit more angular rather than smooth. It all sounds like something the DMs would be willing to facilitate. Uh, maybe, maybe. Because always just add it and just leave it there. Even if it's just random, it still adds a cool touch to the character. I don't know. What, add the runes? Yeah, I'm probably gonna add the runes regardless. Sorry, I'm kind of like, yeah. Mira is reading different languages of runecraft. There are multiple. Yeah, exactly. So there are multiple different languages, right? Which again makes it difficult for you to write runes for modern magic if there's no form of modern magic like language going on for like magic, runecrafting. Like how even if they because obviously the rune world is very predominantly elvish in terms of its citizens. Even if we were to use like elvish in our language for rune crafting, it would make finding out new languages or new runes interesting, because if you see someone who has a spell circle, right, that has this different rune in a different language and you're sharp-eyed and you kind of go, wait, that looks like a rune which I've never seen before. Well, then it starts creating the questions of where does this come from? Is this a draconic rune? Is this an infernal rune? Is this dwarven text? Are these Norse runes, right? And it adds more to it. But because it's open-ended, we don't have that. And it's just personally for me, I'm not saying that they should do this, but personally for me, I would have liked that. That would have been cool. Draconic and Elvish? Are you sure? I suppose the ancient language is Draconic because we have history regarding dragons creating the planet, and Elvish because of RuneWorld. But we were literally told there is no language we should be using or specific symbolism we should be using for our spells. It's just kind of just you do whatever, which is the reason why I just for my magic text I just writ some random squiggles. What I meant is that it raises questions about the sounds coming out from the summoning, provides an avenue if it isn't what you believe. Like when the admin said Iku was similar to Blood as a magic beast. It wasn't a magic beast. I mean, I guess for me, adding in the void tongue from Warframe into the sound files and having that play in the background, that is cool. Don't get me wrong, that is very, very cool for me. However, but even if it's cool, I don't want to introduce something which can bring up a question, right? If Iku's casting this magic and people hear these like whispers in the background from her casting magic, they'd be like, well, why is she the only one who's doing that, right? I've now created this weird conundrum because even though I've not been given rules of how magic's meant to be structured, and basically I was told the limitations of my magic for Iku is my creativity as well as stuff I can do via Unity. There is no there's no rule book for how the magic meant to work, right? Um, and I feel like I should be asking them for permission for these kind of things. I'm probably going to, but I just feel like, man, because I'm so ADHD and detailed about these kind of things, I don't want to end up, contacting an admin every time I want to do something which I'm not even sure if it's going to work. I'm not even sure if I'm going to like it. But a lot of these stuff which I'm doing right now is it's me testing to see if it would even function, if it would work, if I like it. If I don't like it, then I just remove it. In which case, me asking for permission just kind of is a bit pointless. So, yeah, I don't want to just add the files in. People be like, why are there whispers coming out of fucking Iku's spell circles? He'd be like, well, that's not canon. I mean, I know it's like kind of the point of the admins, but we have 36 player cast plus others. I just feel like the questions I'm asking are kind of like duh, no brainer, kind of like this is obvious kind of questions and with obvious answers. Yeah, it is the less of her kind trope. Yeah. I wonder if scientists would have still have her pod. Probably, but you probably can't. They're probably trying to reverse engineer the technology that Archive had, because it seems that Archive, at least through the context of the festival, Archive was the only place that had very advanced. Pardon me. Had very advanced um, preserving technology, because Archive's been destroyed for like 15 years. Well, not sorry, 13 years. And we've been destroyed for 13 years. There's no way the uni and caviar that they brought in would be stable. Like, it would have decayed long ago. So they must have found a container that was not. That was just barely functioning, or they were able to recreate the technology. In which case, if they have, that's phenomenal. Shaq and Equalilas do a venture into the ruins of Archive. That would be interesting. Well, it needs to be mentioned first that Archive used to exist, or we go to Archive. I say this because Shaka is from Sylph, but he has no memories of his past or as a child or where he is from. Okay, don't know anything about him. But it is possible to integrate old runes into modernity. Lunalis use spells, use runes found on a flute from the water shrine. See, so that's great. I like that, right? We're using runes from the flute to make magic, which is great. I guess I just don't include runes then, and see. So if there's a system where like the runes need to exist for me to put it into the spell circles, the spell circles are just going to be just fancy kind of. I don't know. It's. Oh god, this is gonna make me sound like a complete and utter like arrogant prick, but I don't know how to. I'm gonna say it. It wasn't until I used spell circles on Iku did other people start using it. Not saying that no one else thought about using the same thing. I'm pretty sure I wasn't the one who thought about it. I'm sure other people thought about it, right? But for me, when Iku was using spell circles, that was because using like vocal incantations was not something which I could do because Iku's very soft spoken, right? And I thought everyone's going to go with like the intuitive casting, which is like they just think and the spells cast. Iku, she can think, but she's not creative. So she would use her hands or her magic to, make certain shapes. And these shapes to her would have certain meanings. It's like with creativity, like words have meanings based upon what you implicitly put onto them. For example, like the word bad, right? The the dictionary meaning of the word bad is something which is negative, right? But if you say, "Oh, that girl's bad," right? It's like almost like you're saying it's like a compliment. Like you're saying that the a badass, or maybe the bad isn't like they look attractive, right? So the language is changed and the morphology of the language is changed based upon the perceptions of it. So if EQ did like triangles or circles, I'm the music again. If if EQ has like circles or crescent moons or whatever you like to call it, those symbols are in like intrinsic and personal to her. But if I want to add like text or like a written language to to these circles, which would be cool because I think it's cool to have these things. This text now needs an origin point because now you've seen other people are now adding text to, say, example, Lunali, like you said, she's adding runes from the flute to her magic, to her magical circles, which means if EQ starts doing it, it's a question of, well, where is this language coming from? Who created this language? Did you just make this up on the fucking fly? And in which case, it's now devaluing these runes and languages that are now found in history. I don't know. Maybe I'm going into this on like a 1,000 times modifier on a fucking on a fucking microscope, right? But it just how that's sadly just how I function. I look into very, very small details, and yeah. I mean, considering how open-ended Wobbly is, I think they expect to have to deal with these questions. It's not like they have a strict guideline, right? You can always just make a list of all the questions you can do. Let's have time to go through them. There's a constant asking for singular answers. Yeah, I should probably start just writing a long list of questions I have. The problem is when it comes to me sleeping, I just tend to forget what I was talking about. For example, I wanted to have a meeting with someone and I was ready for the meeting, but then I came around when the meeting came around to it because it was rescheduled, I just completely forgot what I was talking about. Or I lost how I wanted to describe the problems I was having, and in which case it just felt like the meeting kind of just didn't amount to much, right? I kind of asked, I felt like the questions I asked the admins were dumb questions with obvious answers. It was almost like I was repeating myself, and I ultimately at the end of the meeting, I don't really feel like my questions were resolved. Or okay, not my questions. I don't think my feelings or my mental paranoia or anxiety wasn't resolved. I still have that. I still feel like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know how else to describe it. I feel so lost. Honestly, the crazy part was Raiden planned archives down for and are doing the same thing with I think the city called Brookhaven or something similar. Raiden had the city evacuate to the Raiden Lee before they used the city to birth a calamity. This is all loose memory. Okay, I had no idea any of this has happened, so that's news to me. Power words are a thing in D&D for a reason. You can be soft spoken and still have it reverberate into the battlefield. Thaumaturgy is a perfect example of this. So yes, I I hmm. I agree, but for me, when it comes to casting magic or doing something like this, it's less about its function and more about how it's theoretically performed, right? I could very easily just make Iku all this magic stuff. I can make it a toggle wheel, and I just stand there straight like a stick, and it comes out. The magic comes out. The reason why I'm going through this painstaking effort to make it so I actually had to move my body to enact certain things is because I want the theatrics for it. I want it to feel and look powerful. I want it to be, I guess you could say, as the kids say nowadays, I want it to be aura for it. So if if I have as eco sample a vocal incantation where she has to speak, and I speak but no one hears the words I say because everyone else is over on top of me, it loses its it loses its flair. All you see is her mouth move and magic comes out. Now, obviously, I can do a pre-recording of my voice and do something like that and then do it, but then it just becomes a flat word that's kind of on a voice recording, and it sometimes sounds a bit awkward, and you also lack the emotional depth to portray it. mean, it works for Iku because she lacks emotional depth anyway, so you don't really get to see any of it. But it's yeah, it also makes sense for the shield moves for the physical also makes sense for physical movement to be required to command the shields. Like she's literally like it was almost like she's Avatar the Last Airbender. She's actually moving it around based upon her movements because it's like bending. It's the same as I don't think I should say that. It's almost like when you're swinging a sword, right? When you swing a sword, like an actual sword, you're moving your whole body. You're moving your hips, your knees, your feet, your center mass, your chest. You're moving your shoulders, your arms and elbows. If you were just to swing a sword without just by moving your arm, without moving any of your body, it feels flat. So I want it to be that kind of like, if I could just make a model, just do the thing I wanted it to be done, right? And my creative thoughts go from my mind into the computer, and it's just done automatically for me. I would love to do the whole kind of thing where my hands move in a way to kind of like almost like I'm churning up the water beneath me, like a tide, and then I just bundle the magic together, then shoot out the bolt. I would love to do that, but I can't because I don't know how. I don't even know if it's even possible. I mean, it might be possible to certain degrees. You can use predetermined animations, which is basically an animation on a railway that does certain things, but that means it's it's inflexible. If it takes like 10 seconds for a spell to be conjured, I need to know when the spell is going to end to then enact out the whole like push forward to then cast the magic to then come out. If I if I push my hands forward to blast the magic too early or too late, it looks weird. Desync is also an issue. So it's like I can't do that. As much as it would be easier, it doesn't have that snappiness to it. The reason why Queen's in my opinion, why Queen's sword works so well is because it's short animations that are triggered by specific things. She pulls a trigger, the blade gets covered in mana, and you see the whole animation come out. You see the blade unfold, and you see me grab it with my other hand, and when you see me flick the blade, the flicking of the blade is made more impactful because you then hear the sound effect and the particle change. And I remember going into so much detail when I did this that it had to have a specific pacing and timing, had to have a certain sound of the blade to make it feel punchy. And that's probably the reason why I like stimming with it. I like just activating it because it's like it feels right. And what can I say right now with EQ at the moment with what I've made so far? It doesn't feel right. It feels clunky, it feels wrong, and it needs more it needs more work. Man, these shields are her four tentacles. An extension of herself and her body movement conveys it. Yeah, no, I mean, originally what was meant to happen is that because I was a bit like, can the weapons float? Obviously, Scholomance clarified that they can float. You don't need a magical spell to have them float and levitate. Because a caster, you can just make them float regardless. Or if you're a gunner, I suppose, because Mira has them as a floater as well. They float regardless. But the original idea was if they couldn't float regardless, Iku was actually going to have her tentacles wrapped around these shields and kind of lift them up. It wouldn't really look the same way I want it to, but it would work for the sake of, limitations I would have. I'm kind of glad I didn't have to have those limitations put in place because I think animating tentacles with the shields to do what I want them to do and move around would be a colossal pain in the ass, and I don't want to deal with that. Like, getting the tentacles to do what I want at the moment is a pain in the ass, let alone making them also animate and move while also making it look like it's a fluid animation and doesn't just look like it's like a how to describe it where it looks boxy rather than fluid, right? Because I don't know how to do IKs. If I can give the tentacles IKs, that would be pretty good because it means if the tip were to move. Actually, let me see if I can find I'm not sure if this works. Does if I go into play mode, does it do it? No. Okay, I don't think it's that one. This one. Hmm. No, I think it was the first one, but I don't think the first one works the way I. Oh no, don't do that. I don't even think this needs to be in play mode to do. Right. No. No. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to go to a really, really, really old. Is it assets? Was it parts? Tentacle? That is not. No, that's not the tentacle I'm thinking of. Where did I put it? Wind tentacles. Armband weapons. See? No, it's autumn. I think it's this. I think it's this. Oh, I can't remember what it was, but basically, what I'm trying to say is that if I grab this bone, I could move this bone up and down, and this will bend based upon which way I bend it, and it basically has an IK into it. I don't know how to do this in Unity. I know how to do it in, well, I don't know how to do it in Blender, but I can do it in Blender. It just doesn't work in Unity the way it does in Blender, so I can't use it. There has to be, surely I've done. No, yeah, this one has it. So there you go. As you can see, look, I can move this bone on top, and this tentacle, obviously it rotates. No, it doesn't actually rotate. It snaps and has like fluidity to it. So if I can make it do this, but this works. It works like this in Blender, so I can actually make it do different kinds of things. But it has very rigid movements. I can't, for example, I can't rotate it or twist it. It specifically has to be moving it. So there's limitations to how it can move. And it's a very basic IK. So again, doesn't work like this in Unity. don't know how to set it up in Unity or how to set it up properly, and so animating something without IK is going to be a big pain in the ass, to put it bluntly. Like to conduct with an orchestra? Potentially, yes. I think there is a point when you think where you think too much, where not much thought is needed. Not trying to be harsh, it's hard to convey this through a message. You just do what you think is best and then ask when you know for sure what works with EQ. Pretty much, yeah. I don't make any kind of commitments on EQ because again, a lot of stuff is experimental. I don't know if it's going to go well, or even if it will even look good, or how I want it to be. So, for the sake of progress, put a pin in the sound until once you could get the green light, you can see that the sound effect is empowering her magic. Or just have to be what Iku interprets as the sound of the ocean. Or it could be just be a sound caused by her writing the spell circles. Like when we crash against a rock wall. Can we have so many explanations even out at all? So, yeah, I guess. Um, I don't think Iku would ever consider the ocean to sound like that. How do people do tail animations then? With great difficulty. So I think what people when it comes to tail animations, they're using fizz bones. The problem is though, fizz bones have a universal weight. So if you apply a weight to the base bone, the entire thing will be weighed down. And so when it comes to moving tentacles, I'm not too sure if moving the tip will cause everything else to move. It's like even if a fizz bone, like Eco has fizz bones, the tentacles wobble and move and they twist around whenever they sit down because they have fizz bones and they collide with the ground. So those make sense. But if I wanted to, say, example, have it so that the shield grabs the tip of the tentacle and moves around with it, I don't think the fizz bone is going to recognize that this tip of this tentacle is being moved. Fizz bones are a bit different. The fizz bones are a bit different when it comes to. I mean, maybe it works this way. I just don't know about it because I haven't really put much thought into it or even tried it out. Again, I'll probably come around to it sometime in the future, at some time point in the future, and try to make it work. But the reason why people can grab the reason why people can grab Iku or other people's tails and grab them and move them is that they, for the sake of in VR chat, they can be grabbed and posed around and they have IK as if they move around as if they have IK in Unity. I just don't know if it works the same way for animations because animations are specific inputs for movement. And if the tentacle's base is moving left and right, if the tip is not moving left and right with a fizz bone, but is moving left and right based upon these shields, I just don't know if it's going to move the same kind of way. It might just move. Going back to this. It might just move rather than with the IK. It might just okay, never mind. Where is it? It might just move like this. Oh, for fuck's sake. Did I think I did in Unity, didn't I? Right. See if I grab this bone here. It might just move like that. Right? This is obviously in no way, shape, or form. This is how a tentacle is meant to look when it's moved. So it might just move the whole thing in a certain direction and it just looks weird. If I wanted to see a sample bend a specific way, right, I might have to do this, and then I might also have to rotate it to make it do this. So I'm gonna have to, you know, do the animations by hand, and I don't want to do the animations by hand because each tentacle has 11 bones. Oh, sorry, 10 bones, not 11 bones. They have 10 bones. I don't want to have to independently animate and move around 10 bones for it to look the way which I want it to. And there's also like this, despite the bone being connected, right? Despite these 2 points being connected, I can freely move this around. It's not like, oh god, I come here again. It's not like, it's not like this where if I grab this, if I grab and try to move it, it won't go up or down. It just rotates it. So, you know, this is at least a bit more, you know, makes a bit more sense because I'm actually able to pivot it based upon where its bone position is. So I can make it look, you know, like this. I can make it look wibbly wobbly, right? But I don't want to end up having to animate each individual bone to make it look fluid for it to move, which is the reason why I have it set to, you know, fizz bones. Then again, my understanding of Unity stuff is very, very limited in comparison to my Blender knowledge. My Blender knowledge is a lot more advanced. I very rarely touch Unity because it's a fucking huge colossal headache for me. So maybe there's techniques you can use to make this better. I wouldn't know. I need to ask people who are more knowledgeable about me regarding that kind of stuff. So yeah, that won't really change until that. Nicola, how do you convey when you love someone? Makes a heart with her tentacles. Oh, that'd be cute. I know some people can actually manually move around the tower with a menu. Yeah, I don't know how they're doing that. I have to ask Oblivious, because I know she has like a system with wings, but that also might be the case of, again, an IK system, which I don't know how to do. Or it could be the case of they're just moving the bones independently, which is, in my opinion, again, wings tend to have, you have your base, which is connected to your back. You have the first bend, which goes up, has one bone. You have the second bone, which goes down, and then you probably have two sets of three bones, or three sets of two bones, which are basically meant to be the feathers, right? The bulk of the feathers. So it's a lot less bones than Iku, which literally has 10 by default. It's not like it's, yeah. I I feel like I just got so caught up in just in a conversation. What do I know is that Sister maybe might have really good tell any movements of Celestian that Kitsune characters. So again, don't know how to do that. A bit sidetracked. I think I got very sidetracked. I think I've been spending for the last 30 minutes talking rather than doing model work. I know I tried doing like fizz bones for the shield, and the fizz bones for the shield just didn't go the way I wanted it to. But again, my understanding of fizz bones is limited. Again, I'm a dog chasing cars. I don't know why I chase the cars. I'm just chasing the cars, and I don't know what would happen if I actually, you know, managed to grab hold of the car, and you know, if I caught up to it. I'm doing random shit with model work that I have no understanding of it at all whatsoever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we use we use a lot of U's in our words. If there's an OR, and of course it's 4, we put a U in it normally. Or if it's like yeah, I don't know. Oh god, I can feel my throat feels all scratchy and stingy because I've been talking so much. Um, Yeah, but there's also like there's, you know, 4 and 4. There's this. So they all have different things. For example, like flower, flavor, flower. I'm pretty sure you spell flower with a U as well. Color. You know, those words. They have a U in it, besides obviously flower. Flower, you also have U's in it as well. But flavor and color, we have U's in it while you guys don't. I don't understand why it was like that. It just does. Yeah, it is. It's kind of dumb. It is kind of dumb. This is not going to be confusing at all. Might have to make it proximity. Or I could just make them smaller. In forms of radius. Could also just make the hands. How big is the contact receiver for the hands actually? No, so I actually watched like a I watched a video about the like English language. How Americans are using old English. For example, you pronounce herb as herb, right? You remove the H sometimes from language. You know, and this happens occasionally. We used to pronounce it like that, but we've now changed the English language where we don't. Well, for British English or United Kingdom English, we pronounce the H in herb. But we used to pronounce it without an H, which was herb. So the Americans are actually using the outdated form of English that we no longer use. Right. Oh, okay, I can't see it. Great. So I'm assuming the hand collider is that yellow one there. Makes sense. It's actually not too big, so that actually might work for what I want to do. Oh. Give the spin. I just realized technically the hand drop doesn't have the same width, so it's going to cause problems. Good night, good name. Sleep well. Tomorrow work's going okay. I kind of spent like 40 minutes just, 50 minutes just talking. Aboleth? Let's have a look what an Aboleth is. Oh. That looks cool. Maybe not this one, but this one is cool. And it's cool as hell. And before they add Aboleths to Eden Lost. Oh, is it? Didn't know about that. They're like dream demons, huh? Oh, this is an ancient Aboleth. Is there a difference between Aboleths and ancient Aboleths? Maybe one second. Because now this is actually going to be interrupted. Shoulders? Oh, yeah. The tentacles are very dangerous. Why are the tentacles dangerous? The super special power is to spit a weak mucus. If you get infected, it forces you to only breathe underwater. Wow, and the such abilities are much stronger underwater than the enhanced. I like that. How it's kind of like like an anglerfish with its light, right? It could probably hunt you, right? But it wants you to be drawn to the light, so it's easier for you to be eaten. So it's like they are so strong, formidable, but this mucus makes them a lot more of a deadly threat because it's like, well, come into the water, and now you're gonna get, you know, have even a worse time. Deep sea and deep underground operations that have the memories of all their ancestors. Wow, that makes them very terrifying because, you know, essentially they won't die to the same thing twice. They are about as smart as mind flayers. I don't know how smart mind flayers are, so I have no idea. So, I got a question. Illithids and mind flayers, are they not just the same thing, or illithids and mind flayers different? But they're the same thing. So why are they called Illithids in one core? Why are they called Illithids and Mind Slayers? Mind Flayers.
Face to face with time again. We walk once more to the end. Burn it down, burn it down. Waves can't put out my flame. Death will never write my name. Burn it down, burn it down.
Oh, okay. Mind Flayers is the name non-Illithids gave them. Okay, so the Illithids are called... The Illithids know they're called Illithids, but people who do not know what an Illithid is just be like, it's a Mind Flayer! Okay. Makes sense.
Voices rise in my head. The hands that pull at my thread. Let them drown, burn it down. Wait for washing the tide. In the abysses where I will hide. Let them drown, burn it down. They say the memory of me is fading. I've heard it all before. Don't tell me everyone around is waiting. And they all say, tear it down, burn it down. And they'll all beg, better tear it down, burn it down. When the world falls through and all is ash again, while you all pretend
Oh, genies? With with genies and jinns? Makes sense. Aboleths don't remember when Mind Flayers first existed, so that means that Mind Flayers are older than Aboleths, right? Oh. That is the radius. Oh right, the time travel shit. Baldur's Gate brings that up that the goal of Mindflayer is to recreate their empire. How can they recreate the empire that both exists in the past and the present? So it already exists, but they're making something for the future that it will exist. Yeah, time shit. Thou, Genie, a fleet, yeah. Married, but all called Genie by other races. But using their name to them would be the same as calling them slave. So Genie's kind of like the slave term we have for those species. Is it like calling fae, pixies, and fairies? Or calling like, I guess, fairies and pixies fae? Sure, they are fae. Not really? Okay. Ah, okay, let's have a look at them. Ooh. Okay. I like that. Ooh, I actually really like that. It actually looks like actual like rooms. Fast, I like Fast and Zatar. Fast and Zatar look, they look really good. Locke also, like, this is obviously not to say that it looks bad, but I like Locke's simplicity of it because you have all these complex, all these different complex ones. So having like nice simple ones adds to it. Like Riss, I can see Riss. Natla. Natala's kind of hard to see where the R is. I'm assuming Natala's R is. I'm assuming Natala's R is like here. So that there's there. Yeah, Kitten does some really good shit. This model working stream is great. I'm not sure about sarcasm there, Pocket. Yeah. Like if I was like this is like I can kind of see it. Oh wait, no, I can see it. It's like that, and it's like there. Wow, that's hard to see, but once you know it's there, I guess for me, lock does look a bit weird because it's like a very straight line and then it has like the C. This kind of makes it look a bit weird. It's almost like the line was drawn weird to begin with. Yeah, I imagine you would have problems with Natara because everything is like four letters and Natara is 5. If it's easier, you don't need to capitalize every letter. You can try using the lowercase of like the other letters. So the first letter would be capitalized, but everything else would be, you know, lowercase. Not sure if that'd be easier for you. Oh, sorry, I literally read the message. You already did that. I really like the symmetry or asymmetry with like fast. For example, like Zata and fast. These look great. Like those two are really good. Natara, I can kind of see it, but at the same time, it does look. I guess it's because the E is at a slight angle, so yeah, Natala is really difficult to kind of get. Lock or Loke. Oh no, that's an O, not a fucking. I'm an idiot. Because you got the H, the L, the K, and then you have, yeah, Kra. You have the K there, H there, R A. Vome. Vome is really nice as well. I really do like Vome. How it's like a V, M, O, and then E's and capitals, but you kind of add like extra lines to it. You can add, if it's easier, you can try adding like certain like for example here, you've added 2 extra lines or 3 extra lines to Vome. Even though you already have the E here, adding them in kind of adds a bit more, I guess, character to them. So if you want more creative freedom for that, that's fine. Same with you did the same thing with fast as well. Yahoo, I like Yahoo as well. Although A, J. Oh, I can see. Yeah, I can see the H now. The U. I'm assuming this is the U. Now I think the only one I have problems with is probably like Natra, Kra, and Lok. But it's not. I won't say it's like problems as in like egregiously bad problems. It's just like. Because, like I said, with Locke, the simplistic design does add nice contrast to everything else. I'm just wondering with Kra, would it be better to have... Because you have like the K here, right? Have you tried just putting a line through the K so that way it's like a sideways A? So this bit here would be the A, and you could even have like the R come out of the other side of the K, so you have the R like that. Kind of look like a Japanese word, but I think it's fine. You could. Sorry, let me like probably butcher this. So we have. Oh. So you could probably have like Kra. Not. I don't know. It looks like it'd be kind of weird. It honestly looked better in my. It looked better in my head. So you have the R here is in reverse. You have the K. You have the H. Actually, you could probably. Fuck. Oh. I don't know. I don't do a very good job doing it. No, but no, I really want to emphasis. I really like Harry's look. Like I think Fast, Satar, and Vohm are definitely my favorite ones. This is also a good one as well. Shit. Yeah, no, these are a lot better than I thought they would. Not saying that you can't do this. It's more the case of I given you such a vague description of what I wanted, and you kind of just surpassed it with surpassed my expectations. Now I just need to do it myself and take what you got, trace over it, and kind of give it some like I guess texture to it, and put it into like a format that matches the style with everything else. Okay, so we have this, we have that. I don't even know if I suppose it would be. I suppose it is a bit further forward. So this kind of works. Okay, so the melee is done, kind of. I do need to add a shield or block. What song is this? Oh, Diablo armament. Do need to fix the animations. Oh no, I fixed the spin animation, so it spins. Bash works. No, give it a Bosch combo, it's not really working. Close. That is also working because it's broke. Crash down. Fine. It does. Pardon me. Yeah, it's the wrong way round. Why is it that way? I don't get. It looks fine here, but I get this weird feeling it's not going to look fine when it comes to VR chat. I also need to make the animation a bit faster. Um, well, it depends. Again, I'll have to ask admins if that is even possible. Because anything that's like connected to a plane would be disconnected from the plane and no longer have a connection to it. I'm not too sure if that also would include aboleths. Like, this memory of their kind, is it tied? Like, is the memory the connection? The thing that gives in the memory, is that tied to a plane of existence, or is it tied to the? Is it like, how did he remember this? It's the wrong one. Oh shit. I remember all of their species memories, but at the birthday remember their parents' memories, but not any new memories like parents make. It also doesn't need to be one-to-one inspiration if you take Okay, so it's almost like biological memory, which is interesting. It's like their memories are tied to their DNA in a weird way. Okay, what music is this? I don't want to listen to Final Fantasy. I want to stop listening to Final Fantasy. Stop. Oh god, this is all the same music I listened beforehand. Bro. It always comes back to Mori Calliope, fucking Amelie, another month of music. Oh, okay. Yeah, 1 second. Just tie my hair back because I pulled my hair out. Oh, I undone my hair, I should say. Pull my hair out.
Inside I'm burning all. No one could see the spark in me, but Still I carry the
Ooh,
weight
okay.
of all. Look at me now, I never break. I walk ahead and never wait. I don't need skies to tell me why. I keep my fire burning dry. Still I will light a fire. The words can touch this steady mind. I can take in the way I smile. Won't look back. I stay the course. Push the storm without remorse. I remain. I walk through glass too old to shine. Called it a sign. Learned how to bend before I stood.
There's there's a lot more like kind of, I don't know how to describe it.
I never thought I could
Yeah, I'm live. Hello, Oblivious.
this way.
So I like how there's like a uniform.
Still I carry the weight of
Yeah, there definitely are a lot more details.
Look at me
I like the uniform look to them. Like the ones on the left, they're great. There is like a consistency. Like for example, Zata, Fast, and Voln have like a nice consistency. But with the redesign, I think the only one that, the only thing I want to, in the only one that has a problem again is Natla. This one's better because it kind of feels cohesive with everything else. My only problem with Natla is that it might be a bit too high compared to everything else, if that makes sense. Exactly, yeah. Okay, I believe I said it in a more eloquent way. There's a lot of consistency with the right ones, which I like.
Now I see the path I made.
Mm-hmm.
I always knew where I stood.
For the E on foam,
So good. Look at me now.
why not just draw the E like an O?
I'm a real hero.
So it will still be.
Hiding in the shadows, time to strut.
It would still be. So it would still be like this with an O, but then put like a line here to kind of imply that the circle, like, it still looks like an E, but put like a line here almost like it's disconnected to make it look like and it's just, it's frustrating. And the only thing I can be, I'm not frustrated with this. I'm frustrated with myself. No, yeah, I get it. I really do get it. I was mentioning this earlier to my chat, but it's just I could just use toggles for it, but I want to have that like physical feedback, so it feels like I'm actually interacting with my weapons, not just kind of just letting them float. I want that tactile response, and it's just. I mean, here's a melee system, right? I didn't think this would be difficult. I thought this would be kind of fine, but it doesn't work. It's not smooth. I have since changed it, so it's a bit more. I shouldn't have as much problems. There's a lot more room for error in terms of like contact things hitting. I've changed the animator to add like buffer time, so it doesn't constantly like loop certain things. It's just tweaking. Yeah. Like, so for like the thing raised above the head, the shield spike, it's just this. So left to right hand. So for example, where is it? So left hand, right hand contact receiver. So the left to right hand has to go into here, and then once I move my hand forward, as if I'm, throwing it like a javelin, it then travels forward. And I was like thinking, how hard can that possibly be? I just literally lift my hand up and just pretend to throw it. No, it's difficult for some reason. I don't understand why it's so fucking difficult. Ow, just hit my fucking fingers. Ow. I've added velocity to this in the hopes that will smooth it out a bit more. But it says for velocity it's like, or not velocity, for on enter it's like first contact. So what I was planning to do was to have it so it checks for velocity and have the circle in here. So if this leaves, if my hand in the circle leaves this circle using this one here faster than at a certain speed, it'll then activate. But it says upon first contact, which means it has to be the speed it first enters in, right?
Oh my god.
So that idea is not going to work. Yeah. The only thing I can think of is that I put in like a buffer so that what's the animation time for returning? Is it priming? Yeah, this is about that. Just a second.
Do you know? 何言ってんのそれうざい何言ってんのそれ意味がよくわかんないし眠っちゃうよマジあげっぽいな OK みんなあげっぽいな OK 踊れるやつちょうだいちょうだいビームきしょいねきしょいねするきしょいねきしょいね逆にファンになってきたじゃんちっちゃいねちっちゃいねついちっちゃいねちっちゃいねでさゆえ孤独ですねかけかけ神っぽいなそれ卑怯神っぽいなそれ超健康健康違反って言葉っていく感じやけっぽいなそれ卑怯やけっぽいなそれもう演習エピ5年のいいそのタイトルその愛そのストーリーその音楽
Ah.
そのメロディーあれっぽいなそれ卑怯あれっぽいなそれその名言その意見その費用そのカリスマそのギャグそのセンス神っぽいなそれ卑怯っぽいなぽいなぽい憧れちゃうわ
I think I have an animation for this. Oh, we do. Right, I need to go to the restroom really quickly. I'll be back.
Once in a faraway world was a caller that crawled like a snake. I want someone, please. I need someone, please. So I listened close as it howled in me. Please don't be angry and please don't abandon me. Don't leave me here on my own. Okay. It wrapped itself tightly, daily and nightly. Only with praise would it loosen its hold. I placed in the top of my class. There's no one left for me to surpass. Don't I look cute in this dress? I really, really must confess it's tightening round my neck. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love, all you can conjure up. Give me your love, all of your love, till you come out with ecstasy. All of the hurt, all of the ache, help me escape. Take it, oh, take it away. Is there no end to this
Okay, I'm back.
Grow as you may, but the necklace will stay just as small as the day it was born. It's so suffocating, the endless placating. No one is ever enough. Lose to anyone, always ranked number one. Aren't I a beautiful child? I'm better than her, I'm better than him. Oh, everyone come round and gawk at perfection. Meeting you right after school, I'm finally confessing to you. Ain't it too good to be true? A girl like me in love with you, who's miserable, vulgar, and crude. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love. You can have everything if I have
What's
you.
this?
I can have you.
Oh, it's this one.
Now yours to behold.
I would love to use this, but this uses the same issue I have with other things.
Till I will loosen my hold. Truly, I'm so sorry. Give me your love, all of your love. Give me your love, all you can conjure up. Give me your love, all of your love, till you come out with ecstasy. I know
Be
it
cool.
hurts, only gets worse. God
Look how many fucking materials it is. So many materials.
Is this my happiness?
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be me do things, and there's a new Pyomi particle shader, so I'm planning to use that and see if that feels better to use, and you know, because making my own shaders for particles is not something which I am currently able to do. Okay, I can get rid of the pillar. It basically lets you emit a very basic quad from the surface of a mesh. Oh, wait, so, huh? So it's... It lets you emit particles from the surface of a mesh. So if you have like for example, Ariana's dome, if you have a dome, it will just emit particles from that dome, inwards or outwards. Is that something that we couldn't do before? I don't think there's anything revolutionary. It does it on the same mesh, so it cuts back a material. A single material. I mean, a material is a material, right? I don't know. I just thought it was kind of something revolutionary. I thought it was like an actual an actual customizable. It might be useful. Yeah, it could be useful on, like, for example, it might be useful for like projectiles, because if you can make it so it emits like sparks from the surface of a mesh, you could have a trail without needing a trail. Like a sparkly trail. They're not simulated in world space. Oh, okay, never mind then. I mean, I suppose you could do. I see. You can use Pyomi normally for particles. Yeah, you can, but I mean, do people do that? Is there a reason why people are not using Pyomi for particles? Because I haven't really seen people use Pyomi for particles. It's not something which I commonly see. do they still count towards the material count? No. Okay. Okay. I just heard some stuff from other people and I just was a bit like, oh, is that a thing? Is that happening now? Okay. Hmm.
Mommy don't know daddy's getting high at the body shop, doing something unholy.
Hmm. Okay.
A lucky, lucky girl. She got married to a boy like you. She'd kick you out if she ever knew. But although you told me that you do. Dirty, dirty boy. You know everyone is talking on the scene. I hear 'em whispering the places that you've been. And now you don't know how to keep your business clean. Mommy don't know daddy's getting high at the body shop, doing something.
I have to go to Cosmograph and listen to some Yuki music again. So yeah, for melee system. Melee. Gimbal. Let's test it out to make sure I just didn't break something. We did. I just realized I'm streaming on the wrong. I'm streaming on the wrong category. Wait. Where the Huh. Okay, that's something which I didn't have before, but I do now. Oh god, okay. Let's turn off that. Constant. Turn that off. And then raise, no, it's hand drop. Constant. Try again. Is it the spin? It has to be the spin. I fucked up again. That's why I swear I fixed that. Did I not fix that? Clearly I didn't. If it's still doing it wrong. Where is it? Oh, is it? No? What? No. Does it crash down? No? Crash down reset? No. Float trans? No? What? What is causing it to do that? Ah. There we go. It's doing it again. What's the animation called for this? Is this close idle? Is it close idle? No. Alright, I didn't. There you go. And the reason why it didn't fucking work? I swear to God. Huh? Wait. That was weird. Yeah, the spin looks pretty good, but I just don't think it will translate to looking good in in VR. Oh, whoops. Like, it looks good here, but I think it's too fast for the frames that VR can do, and it could also cause people to like I don't know. From the eye, it looks a bit weird. Right, so look. Well, hopefully Marcus doesn't do that because, yeah, being hit with whatever speed or velocity that the fucking weapons are going repeatedly is just not good. You said kind of wonky. Is it meant to be wonky? Zato is your favorite? Yeah, it's you kind of like merged both 1 and 2 of Zato and you made it 3, which I like. In terms of this, the second version of Kra is really good. The third version of Rome, sorry, the third and first version of Rome are good. I say good, they're great. Yahoo, I like what you've done here. Yahoo's really good. Loke, I like what you've done with Loke. Like 1 and 2 of Loke are really nice. Zata, I don't know what you've done, but all 3 versions of Zata are just fire. Same thing with Fass, although I think the third version of Fass has kind of suffered the too much verticality. So like a lock for a hole, for like a key. Yeah, no, I can definitely see that. I like that. Is a lot like is a lot more kind of like shape. This I like this 1, 2, and 3. 1 is also very good, but definitely 2 and 3 are improvements. As for Kra, I like the second one. The third one's good. I say good. As almost like I feel bad when I say good. It's almost like it's an insult to you. Kra, kind of. It kind of has like that kind of like it looks like a business logo. Like kind of it feels like kind of like not saying it's like Gucci, right? But it kind of feels like a symbol that could be on like a clothing. At least in my mind. Maybe not so much with the squiggle up here. If you move like the A from here, it might look a bit more like it's like someone's initials, made very fancy. I definitely like the third version of Natara more. The third version of Natara is... it's getting there. It's good. Mm. These are all very good points of reference. I can definitely see like Zatar's, I think I can see being your favorite because there's a lot of... all the letters in Zatar are like symmetrical. So you have the X, you have the two A's, and you have the T. And those are very, if you capitalize them, they're very angular. They don't really have much like, fluidity to them. So I can see it being easier to do. I see. Yeah, I see what you mean. I like that. I like that visualization. It is. It is very much easier. Thank you very much for your hard work, kitten. Appreciate it very much. I'm gonna be back again. I need to comb my hair because it's a bit unruly. Should probably hydrate. Are people selling Gang Up? Holy moly. Kaz is also still streaming? What the fuck? He never streams this long. Halo. Hmm. One second, I need to look at a few messages on my phone. I'm still here.
Jump scare.
Oh, you fuck. You good?
Today was a lot.
Yeah? I was actually kind of surprised. I was like, looking at my time, I was like, wow, you're still in session? So is Kaz? What happened?
God, it's the Santos guy. Hold on.
I don't feel like I made much progress. good song. There's one called Bombard though. There's that one. Oh, there's this one. Okay. yeah, if you really need a break, kitten, please do so. Also, please send me your PayPal so I can pay you for this. And ask me how much you want me to give you for this. Hello, Han.
There are new hollow map updates.
Oh.
The hollow doesn't just feel like its own individual space. There are buildings and stuff around, and we have a rooftop.
Nice.
I think the rooftop is a bit. That's that is a very big issue. Okay, I see now. Culling's wrong. I think the rooftop is also unoptimized. Alright, I'm getting out of VR to go hop over to an observer, I think.
Okay. I'll be I'll be doing my close my stream soon then.
Yeah. Yoy.
Okay, so Fast is a wonderful improvement. I definitely like how you've taken like the second design and polished it even further. Nitla looks better in terms of like it looks like a symbol. You can still kind of clearly see the letters, which I think is fine. I think this is supposed to be one of those things where it's just like there's only so much you can deform Nitla for it to look like a symbol without it just looking like just, you know, random scribbles. So I would say this is definitely the better version of Nutella. Fast, every single version of Fast you've done has been great. I'm definitely going to be using this one probably. It just looks, yeah, it actually looks like a logo. And then Kra. Kra I think is going to be a very difficult one compared to like Nutella. But what you've done has again like further refined it, actually looking like a symbol. A vase? Yeah, I can see that. I mean, you want to know what the void tongue stuff is for it. There is the wiki, just so you can have like what these words are meant to mean. Don't look at the long sentence because the long sentence is just too long, but like lock is void, so you can kind of take influences from that. Again, no pressure to do it, as you've done a lot as it is, and I'm very thankful for you for doing this. Very, very thankful for you for doing this, and you've really given me a lot of material to work with. But yeah, just kind of just there for like for curiosity's sake on your part. I'm not sending this with you. I'm not sending that website to you to be like, hey, do it again. Just to be clear, I'm not asking you to do more. Just yeah. Mm-hmm. On the circle, they're meant to be like opposites. So if I tried to use the words for opposites, so now you know why Riss is like where it is. So Riss being the top one is light, Loke being the bottom one, which is void, and then like decay is the start of when the moon starts to wane. So it's this one. It's hard to tell because it's all symmetrical. So this would be this would be Natala, and then Kra because it's form, it's forming of it, and then Vom and Vom is turning to light, and Fast is turning to darkness for like order and chaos. Yeah. 4.5 hours of model extreme. If I'm honest, I feel like I did nothing. I spent most of my time talking and kind of fixing issues I had previously and kind of like polishing up a little bit, which I shouldn't really be doing considering I need to do a lot more work. But I started on the block. And a few other things. So I need to do the block animation. And with this in place, I might actually start being able to do the magic stuff. And that might also need work. Good on the soul, but not so much on the vocal cords, because my throat was really rough and dry. Yeah. Appreciate you all. Thank you very much for stopping by. If you like what you saw here today, please consider giving me a follow. It helps the channel out, but most importantly, you know when to go live again next. Ah, damn, I was actually just about to type it. Damn you, Arcane, you beat me. You're like 2 seconds faster than I was. Thank you very much again, Kism, for doing the what do you call it? Would you just call it like emoticon? Thank you very much for doing the emoticon of the words which I've posted. Yeah, if you're looking at the chat right now, there's a link to the Discord. We join a wonderful community, and we part of all the discussions that happen in the roleplays I partake in. Eden Last Gang OP and District 0 PD are the 3 main ones at the moment, but there'll be more in the future if and when I find the time, and also finish the long list of model work I need to do. If you want to post something, be sure to post it about the channel. If the channel doesn't exist, we do have a feedback channel, so you can make requests to see something added, changed, or put upon in the stream. So be sure to post something there, and I'll try my best to incorporate it into the service. We have a YouTube where all of our VODs are stored, so you can look at the history of all my characters, and see how the stories are unwoven and match up with the present day. And we also have a Twitter. It's not safe for work, CPs and minors, but you will see me repost art there or interact with the community if and whenever I seem to do so. There's no emphasis on the Twitter. It's kind of just there because everyone else is doing it. So yeah. Yep. Take everyone. We're gonna probably go raid someone. We're gonna probably raid Flonica because Flonica's the goober. But yeah. Give Flonica my love. I hope they're having a good time in Fracture Phones, and I thank you everyone who stopped by to watch, and I'll see you probably tomorrow for more District PD. Emoticon symbols, okay. Yeah. Bye everyone. Take care.